Yeah, good morning to one and all present for the session. This second week, second day PCP classes. On behalf of the Director DDE, other staff members of DDE, and on behalf of resource persons, I welcome you all for the second week, second day PCP classes. And this is going to be the last session for strategic management. First week we had 2 days, 4 hours. Yesterday we had another 2 hours. And today we are going to have another 2 hours. And already briefly we covered the headlines of first 4 units. Now we are going to start with the fifth unit in the strategic management. Maybe probably in 1 hour or so it will be completed, and after that I will be attending for your academic doubts, whatever academically in this strategic management you want to ask, you want to clarify. Actually, all the 8 hours are meant for that only, for clarification of doubts and all those things. Because people are not raising anything, we started teaching it. However, let us serve the purpose. So now I will share my screen with you to brief about the fifth unit. Yeah, hopefully the screen is visible to you all.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So this strategic management fifth unit includes strategy implementation, interrelationship between formulation and implementation, issues in strategy implementation, output resources, the strategy and structure for organizational change, the strategy evaluation, techniques of strategy evaluation and control. These are the areas which we are going to touch briefly under the head fifth unit. Okay. So now, to begin with, every manager of a business organization, either to address new challenges or to take care of the organizational growth and development on continual basis, one must constantly monitor, evaluate, and adjust their strategic initiatives. As I am keep on telling, management is future oriented. Management is future oriented, whether it is strategic management or marketing management or whatever it may be. Because it is future oriented, by assuming certain conditions, that is what is known as planning premises. By assuming certain conditions, we will be planning certain things for the future. Aware, future is always uncertain. Future is always uncertain. Okay. So that is why when it comes to implementation, practically when we implement, the situation what we assumed at the time of planning and the conditions prevalent while we are implementing the strategy may slightly differ or may sometimes totally differ also. So in order to accommodate those identified changes and to make the strategy as a successful activity, a manager need to monitor, evaluate, and adjust the strategies. That means what we want to say is they are not rigid. Okay, what we planned, that's all. You have to do that only. No. Why? Because already you learned in your principles of management or management concepts that planning, organizing, staffing, directing, and controlling, these are continuous activities. In controlling, just we are going to observe what we have planned and what is happening. If any deviation is there, we'll try to find out why that deviation has taken place. Is there anything wrong in planning or is there anything wrong in implementation? If sometimes due to wrong assumptions or wrong imaginations and intuitions of planning premises, sometimes what we planned may be wrong. So at that time, see, these are like simple things. Say today evening, Sunday evening, you might have planned a party in the garden, open garden. Normally, this is not rain season. This is not rainy season. So you assumed that the weather is going to be pleasant and you planned a garden party. But all of a sudden, who knows, because weather is not in our control. All of a sudden, it may rain. Then, whatever you planned, you need to adjust from outdoor, you need to shift your party to indoor. Like that, before planning, we will assume certain conditions, but while implementing, those conditions may differ. So at that time, it is very appropriate rather than criticizing who are the people implementing it. You know, you have not done it right. I planned perfectly, but you have not done it rightly. No. When there is something wrong in implementation, let us try to rectify it. But first, we need to verify whether the conditions what we assumed before planning, that is planning premises, and the actual conditions at present while implementing the plans are one and same or not, that we have to verify. So whatever conditions we assumed and whatever conditions prevalent today are one and same, then we need to look into, is there anything wrong in implementation part? Is there anything wrong in implementation part? If there is something wrong, then we need to rectify it. We need to correct it. And in order to correct that, again we will go for planning, organizing, staffing, directing, and controlling. That is why it is said that the functions of management are not static or rigid. They are dynamic in nature and they are continuous in nature and they are always cyclical in nature. We will start with planning and we will end up with controlling. And again, after controlling, again we will take planning. Again, planning, organizing, staffing, directing, and controlling. So these are continuous in nature, these are dynamic in nature, and these are cyclical in nature. Okay. So that is why we need to, even in strategic management, in strategy implementation also, in order to meet or in order to address the new challenges. That is why you can observe. We assumed certain challenges and we addressed them while planning. But suddenly there may be new challenges. So in order to address those new challenges and to take care of the business objectives, it is essential to any strategic manager, or for that matter, to any manager, to monitor and adjust the strategic initiatives. So, whether you are an aspiring new or seasoned manager, understanding the strategy implementation process and how it relates to organizational change is critical. Because you have planned certain activities to bring certain changes in the organization. Don't think that changes in the organization means it is relocating the employees or relocating the organization or relocating the business like that. No, it is not like that. The change means at present we will be number 2 in the market. One strategy we formulated to become number 1. That is also a change. At present, you are having 5th position. Reaching to 4th position is also a change. So in that way, you need to understand the organizational change. Or if it is a HR strategy, because yesterday we have gone through the functional strategies also. If it is a HR strategy, a marginal improvement in the performance of the human beings, it is also known as organizational change. Because what makes the organization? Organization is group of people working together for the attainment of a common goal or common objectives. So that is why the people makes the organization. So any change in one person or any change in any activity of the organization can be understood as organizational change. Then We need to monitor what is happening in reality while implementing the strategy. Then what we mean by this strategy implementation means strategy implementation is the process of turning plans into action, because planning and all those things, they are all only on paper. Whatever we documented on paper, that we have to bring it into action. Or knowledge is enough. Knowledge is enough to plan, but skill is essential to implement. Why? Because it is converting the plans into actions that is essential to reach the desired outcome. It is not just implementing the plans. Implementing the plans is for the purpose of getting a desired outcome. So essentially, the art of getting stuff done is known as strategy implementation. Implement decisions and execute key processes efficiently, effectively, and consistently. Because in organizational management, first thing what you have to ensure is consistency. Consistency. Today you should say tomorrow you should not change your orientation. So Harvard Business School professor David Garvin says that successfully implementing and executing strategy involves delivering what is planned or promised. What is planned or promised. Your planning means you are promising. Your advertising means you are promising the customer to deliver something. So you have to deliver whatever you promised while planning on time, on budget, at quality, and with minimum variability. There should not be too much disturbances. That means while planning itself, you must be cautious about in considering various variables that may directly or indirectly going to influence your decisions. That is why all of you have studied business environment in your first semester. Socio-cultural factors, technological factors, economic factors, political-legal factors, international factors, natural factors. All these are going to have directly or indirectly going to influence the business decisions. So by considering the impact of various variables which may influence directly or indirectly, you are planning and implementing means you need to deliver what you are promising. It is not simply delivering, you need to deliver. Delivering means it is giving the result, getting the result. That is what is known as delivering, getting the result. That result also you should get on time, on budget, at quality, and with minimum variability, even in the face of unexpected events and contingencies. That means you should have plans for unexpected and unforeseen contingencies also. You should have alternative plans. Because a small mistake you are going to do for a business house may result in not only financial loss, many of the times it may damage the reputation of the business, which will be hard to do business in future. Because organization is permanent. Organization don't have like human beings fixed life. It is a never-ending, continuous one. So that is why you need to be bothered about organizational goodwill, organizational future also. So mainly, if you consider, there are 5 factors of strategy implementation. First of all, commitment to the strategy. Commitment from whom? Commitment from everyone, right from lower level management to middle level management to top level management. Everybody must be committed to implement the strategy in its true sense. So that commitment you should have, every employee, because organization is not the four walls, machines, and all these things. Organization is with people. Group of people is known as organization. Group of people, not mere group of people. Group of people working together for the attainment of a common goal is only known as organization. So that is why everybody in the organization will have a commitment for the implementation of the strategy for getting the result. Why? Because as just now we have seen, strategy implementation is nothing but getting the result, delivering the result in time with the budget, okay, and without much deviation. Then aligning strategy with organizational structure, aligning strategy with organizational culture, creating an environment where strategy succeeds, setting realistic targets for delivery across a set time period, because it is not only delivering the result in time and within the budget and without deviation also important. So that is why these five factors are considered as important factors in implementing a strategy in any business organization. Coming to implementation of this strategy stepwise, there are totally 7 steps. There are totally 7 steps for implementation of this strategy. In the previous class, we have seen what are the features or qualities of a strategy must be. First one itself, we said that a strategy must be clear. It should have clarity. Now we are going to look into the 7 steps, because one step after the other, we need to do these activities for the implementation of a strategy which we have already formulated. So first one is set clear goals and define key variables. Set clear goals and define key variables. That means you need to set clear goals, more probably in quantitative terms. Of course, qualitative terms also important, but if you want to set a clear goal, then you need to set them in quantitative terms. Say, for example, if you say that increasing the sales is your goal, by what level? It is a qualitative term. Just if you are saying increasing the sales, it is a qualitative term. What? At present, you are having 20% market share. Improving means to what extent? Improvement, 21 also improvement, 22 also improvement, 25 is also improvement, 30 is also improvement. So it should not be vague. It should not be in generalized terms, and it should not be vague. So you must say clear. At present, we are with 20%. By the end of the financial year, we need to take it to 25% or 26% market share. So like that, it must be clear. And for that, what are the key variables? You need to expand into the market, or you need to introduce new products into the existing market. So these variables also you should define very clearly. Okay. So the first step of the process is you must identify the goals that the new strategy should achieve. Without a clear picture of what you are trying to attain, it can be difficult to establish a plan for getting there. Because if there is a common saying, if you don't know where you want to go, every road leads to your destination. Every road leads to your destination. If you know where you want to go, then there will be only one or two roads which will take you to the destination. If you don't know where you want to go, just you want to go, that's all. You don't know where exactly you want to go. Then any road you can take up and you can keep moving. It should not be like that. So you need to set clear goals and define three clear key variables. One common mistake in goal setting is setting objectives that are impossible to reach. Okay, on one hand, we are saying clear goals should be there, but it should be achievable. Suppose you are having 20% market share. If you put a target like reaching 25%, 26%, that is okay. But all of a sudden, from 20%, we would like to make it 70% means it is all impossible. Why? Because you are not a monopoly. That means you are not the only person in the business. Your competitors also there. When you reduce your price, some of your competitors may also reduce their price to retain their market. When you come out with new features, your competitors may also come out with new features. So don't think that when you are doing something, your competitors will keep quiet. They will also do, because they are also like you doing business. They also want to survive and they also want to ensure growth. So that is why everybody will be working in this direction. And finally, who will win the market means fittest survival. Those who suits to the circumstances, they will survive and others will lose the market. So that is why while setting the goals itself, it should be realistic and imaginated goals, uninspired, deflated goals you should not put. Another important aspect of goal setting is to account for variables. To account for variables that may hinder your team's ability. Why? Because finally, the finisher may be one. Suppose if you take a football game. In the football game, or for that matter in any game, even if you take cricket also, if target is 150 and at 148, one gentleman might have put a boundary 4. So that is known as winning shot. Winning shot. That doesn't mean that batsman alone brought victory to the team. It is the effort of earlier batsmen also, even before your target, the effort of your bowlers also. So it is all the teamwork. All the 11 players or 12 players of your team, they put all their efforts and their talents to provide or to get the victory for your team. So that is why you need to account for the variables that may hinder your team's ability to reach them and to lay out contingency plans. If any problems are there, to take out the real talent of your team, that obstacles you should remove, being a manager. The better prepared you are, the more successful the implementation will likely be. So you must be clear in setting the goals and you must be clear in defining the key variables which are essential for implementation. Then coming to the second step, it is determining the roles, responsibilities, and relationships. So in the first step, we have decided what are all the activities to be done, because we set the goals. So what are all the things that we need to do? We did it. In the second step, we have to determine the roles, responsibilities, and relationships. That means who is going to do those things, when they are going to do those things, how they are going to do those plans, they are going to implement those plans, and who is going to report whom, because organizational communication, formal communication should be there. Formal and informal communications will be there. So first of all, there should be formal structure and formal communication. Who is going to report to whom? Because in organization, 200 employees are there means all the 200 members are not going to report to the general manager or CEO of the organization. Okay. So a shop floor workers will report to the production in charge. The production in charges, different shifts, 3 shifts in charges will in turn report to the production manager. All these functional managers in turn will report to the general manager. General manager in turn will report the issues to CEO or chairman and managing director. So in that way, you need to establish what is the role of each and every employee and what responsibility, what authority and responsibility you are assigning to a position. Remember, it is a position. Okay, whoever occupies that position, that person holds the responsibility and the authority. Suppose if one person is a collector, it is not on individual capacity he is getting magisterial powers, because that individual is collector. That collector position gets magisterial powers. Tomorrow, this guy may be transferred to some other organization, some other department of the government, and they might not be working as collector. At that time, even if he is having higher cadre, he won't get magisterial powers. Because whoever occupies that district collector post, they only gets that magisterial post, magisterial powers. That is authority. But at the same time, for every activity in the district, for the smooth functioning, for the smooth flow of general public, collector is responsible. Collector is responsible to coordinate everything. The natural disasters are there. Collector, cyclones and all these things are there. Collector has to coordinate the rescue team, revenue team and all those people. Any antisocial elements are doing some activities, then collector is responsible for coordinating the police, and they are responsible to establish peace in the society, law and order implementation in the society. So on one hand, every position will have authority, but at the same time, that position will also have responsibilities. So after defining the goals, you should determine the roles, responsibilities, and relationships among different positions of the organization. Then the third one is delegate the work. Delegate the work means assigning the work assigned to a position to the person who occupies that position. So earlier in the second step, we assigned these are the duties to be done by production manager. Mr. Saravanan or Mr. Williams or Mr. Ahmed occupied that production manager post. So now you are delegating this work to that person, whoever occupies that production manager post. So that is what, delegate the work. In this delegation, once you know what needs to be done to ensure success, determine who needs to do what and when. Refer to your original timeline and goal list and delegate the tasks to the appropriate team members. Because it is not individual effort, it is group effort, it is a team effort. So remember, your job as a manager is to achieve goals and keep your team on task. So try to avoid the urge to micromanage. Don't go into the micro details, because everybody is having their own way of doing. So ultimately, you need to look into whether you are able to achieve the target or not. For that purpose, two different people whatever you assigned, they are attending for that, or they are able to do that or not. That only you have to identify. So you must avoid urge to micromanage. That means some people silly things they will go for. Why you wear white shirt? Why you wear black shirt? Why you are coming out with kurta paisma? Why are you wearing jeans pant? If any dress code is there, then you need to follow that. Automatically, your employees will follow that. So your job is not to take care of such things. The employee knows the acceptable behavior in the organization. So being a manager, it is not your duty. Your duty is the assigned activities to that employee, whether they are doing it or not. And at the same time, if they are creating any disturbance to other employees, then it is essential to take care of that employee, and you need to make that employee understand that how it is important to be comfortable and to provide comfort to others also. Okay, but you should not go to micro managing details. Then the fourth step is execute the plan, monitor the progress and performance, and provide continued support. So in the process, sometimes they may need resources, extra resources, then provide. Sometimes they may not require any additional resources, but they need your moral support. Then you can say, being a manager, you go ahead, no problem. No problem, you go ahead. If anything comes, I will take care. I will look into that. Don't worry, because your subordinates may be bothered about job security and all those things. So you must ensure them. You go ahead. You do it on sincere terms. If anything goes wrong, I am here to take care. That is why in principles of management also it is said that if any appreciation comes, you give it to your team members. If any failure comes, accept it being a team leader. Then only you can become a true leader manager. Then the fifth step is take corrective action. Why? Because as I said, we planned well in advance. We assumed certain conditions. So if any adjustments are necessary after implementation, you take corrective action. That is, adjust or revise as per necessity. Then the sixth step is get closure on the project and agreement on the output. So keep continuous monitoring, continuous support, continuously reporting to higher authorities, and continuously communicating to your subordinates. Why? Because ultimately, being a manager, you are responsible for the expected output of that strategy implementation. Why? Because already we understood that strategy implementation means nothing but ensuring action in order to get the desired output. It is not simple action. It is ensuring action in order to get the desired output. So you will need to report to your management team. So gather information, details, and results from your employees so that you can paint an accurate picture to leadership. Accurate picture. Because before start of the work, you painted an imaginative picture. Why? Because you don't know. But in implementation, while you are implemented, you are knowing the practical difficulties and practical easiness in doing or in implementing that work. So that is why once implementation start, you should paint the accurate picture, but not imaginary picture, which you did before start of at the time of strategy formulation. Then the seventh step and the last step of the strategy implementation is conduct a retrospective review of how the process went. So turn back. Whether we did it right, then if you did it right, you continue it. If anything wrong, you have to rectify it. So from retrospective effect, you should review how the process. So this is in brief about strategy implementation. These are the 7 steps associated with strategy implementation. Now let us have a brief look towards strategy formulation versus strategy implementation. Because strategy formulation is first, that is paperwork. Strategy implementation is practical work. So how formulation and implementation of a strategy differs? Because by this time already we have gone through the strategy formulation, and just now we have gone through the strategy implementation. So now let us how this formulation and implementation of a strategy looks like or differs. That see with the help of a comparative table. So strategy formulation includes planning and decision making involved in developing organization strategic goals and plans. But whereas implementation involves executing those decisions. Strategy formulation is placing the forces before the action, but implementation is managing the forces during the action. So before action is formulation, during action is implementation. Formulation is an entrepreneurial activity, but implementation is an administrative task. Formulation is effectiveness, implementation is efficiency. Hope you know the difference between efficiency and effectiveness. First, I will tell you what is efficiency. Efficiency means efficiency means doing the things right. That means whatever others says or whatever plans says, that accordingly if you do it, that is efficiency. But what is effectiveness means? In effectiveness, nobody will say anything. You have to choose the right thing and you have to do the right thing in right way. So effectiveness is higher order, efficiency is lower order. Sir, then you are saying that formulation is effectiveness and implementation is efficiency. Yeah, true. Because in formulation, you know that you have to achieve the goal, but you don't know how to achieve it. So at that time, you have to achieve it. So for that purpose, you have to formulate. That means you have to identify what are the right actions that we need to plan, and you need to formulate the strategy. So without knowing anything, coming out with plans, that is why it requires not only doing the things right, but it is also selecting and implementing, doing the right things. So doing things right is efficiency. Doing right things is effectiveness. That means you don't know, nobody will say anything, but whatever you do, that you will do it right. You will select the appropriate one, and that selected one, you will do it very effectively. Right. So that is the difference between formulation and implementation. To continue further, formulation is a rational process because before the start of the activity you are planning, so you will follow the rationality, logic. But whereas in implementation, it is operational process. It is operational process. In formulation, you need to coordinate very few people only, but in implementation, you need to coordinate many people. Okay. So strategy formulation is a great deal of initiative and logical skills. As I said, logic you will apply, rationality you will apply. But whereas in implementation, you need to make the people work till your target is achieved. So it requires motivational and leadership traits. Motivational and leadership traits. So formulation precedes. That means before implementation, formulation comes. After formulation, the implementation will come. So these are the identified differences between strategy formulation and strategy implementation. So now, after implementation, after formulation and implementation, then the next one is evaluation. After evaluation, we will see the control. So these are sequential activities. Strategy, formulation, implementation, evaluation, and control. In control, again, we will go for corrective measures and all. Again, we will come for formulation, implementation, evaluation, and control. So after briefly touching upon the strategy formulation and implementation, now let us try to find out what is evaluation, strategic evaluation. So strategy evaluation is as significant as strategy formulation because it throws light on the efficiency and effectiveness of the comprehensive plans in achieving the desired results. So in the evaluation, what we are going to do is what we plan and whether this planned one is right or not in order to achieve our desired goals or desired outcome, whether with the help of these activities we are able to do it or not. The managers can also assess the appropriateness of the current strategy in today's dynamic world. Why? Because always the business environment is dynamic. It is not static. So in today's dynamic world with socio-economic, political-legal, and technological innovations, strategic evaluation is the final phase of strategic management. And because after that only control. Evaluation leads to control. Then the significance or the importance of strategy evaluation lies in its capacity to coordinate the task performed by managers, groups, departments, etc. through control of performance. So yesterday we have seen functional level strategies. So they are nothing but the departmental strategies. So strategic evaluation is significant because of various factors such as developing inputs for new strategic planning, the urge for feedback, appraisal and reward, development of the strategic management process, and judging the validity of strategic choice. All these things will come to know only when we evaluate. It means what we have done. Then if you see how to create an environment where strategy can succeed means, first of all, you should communicate, but at the same time, you should not over-communicate. Say to the lower level person, if you are explaining your organization, mission, vision, and all those things, that individual may not be able to understand. Just tell them what is to be done. What is to be done. And why they should do it without any error. That's all. That is important. And to the middle level manager, you inform something more, like what are the goals set. To the higher level manager, you need to inform what is our organizational total vision and mission. So like that, appropriate communication. You should not over communicate or you should not under communicate. That means there is nothing like A right communication and wrong communication, any of the times what will happen, the information you are giving may be right, but it is to the wrong person. It is to the wrong person. Okay. So that care you should take while communicating. You should communicate, no doubt about it. But what is required, that should be communicated to different levels of the organization structure. See, there should be clarity because it is a teamwork. It is a teamwork. Everyone must be on the same page. Why? Because why it is said that everybody must be on the same page means then only everybody can see the same picture. If you are looking into the 5th page and I am looking into the 9th page, whatever is visible to me is different and whatever visible to you is different. But when both of us are in the same page, either both of us are in 5th page or both of us are in 9th page, then whatever we can see will be one and same. So that is why that clarity is required for the successful achievement of the strategy result. Accountability should be there. Everybody owns a part of the plan because many small parts will become a bigger thing. As you are aware, 1 rupee, when you combine 101 rupees, then it will become 100 rupees. When you join 100 hundreds, it will become 10,000 rupees. When you join 10,000 rupees, then it will become 10 lakhs. So like that, anything is at a time, bigger thing may not come out. So accountability, everybody is doing certain thing means everybody is responsible for achievement of ultimate organizational goals. But as a whole, they may not be. Everybody is responsible for their part. That is why there must be accountability for achievement. Except that you will be constantly change and iterate. That means in an organization, except change, everything is constant because people will criticize. Mainly the science people will criticize our social science because in science, suppose 2 hydrogen molecules plus 1 oxygen molecule gives you 1 water molecule. That never change. But in management, today we will say small organizations are beautiful. Tomorrow when competition comes, then we say the bigger the organization, the bigger we can compete. So we will keep changing because it is a dynamic world. We are not working in between 4 walls. We are working in the society. That is our social science. So though it is having set of rules and regulations, it will keep changing. See, at the time of getting independence, India, majority of the things are in private sector. But Madam Indira Gandhi said that nationalization, nationalization, nationalization. So everything private sector, banking sector, transport, everything nationalized. That means brought under government. But again, same Madam Indira's son during Rajiv Gandhi time, and of course, same party, Rajiv Gandhi was not there at the time. Same party in rule under the leadership of Manmohan Singh and P.V. Narasimha Rao. We started our privatization, everything, liberalization, privatization, and globalization. So it keeps changing because at that time, in the initial stages, we thought that government responsibility, everything to provide, because at that time, nobody came forward to provide many things. At that time, business people started exploiting. But once in 91, when we opened for LPG, because of competition, the business people may not exploit the people. So that is why now, even if you go for privatization also, there may not be big harm to the society. That may be the political thinking of the rulers. Okay. So change is inevitable in management, and change is, you need to accept that you will constantly change. And then focus. Drop things that do not matter, make room for the important. So don't accumulate all unnecessary things, and at the same time, don't leave important things. So with this, the 5 simple things: communication, clarity, accountability, change, and focus, you can create an environment in your organization which leads to success of the strategy. Then if you go through the process of strategic evaluation, before we have seen, that is strategy implementation process, 7 steps process we have seen. Now we are going to look into the process of strategy evaluation. So first formulation, after that implementation, after that evaluation, followed by control. Okay. So for evaluation, fixing benchmark of performance. Because to say even while people are studying 5th class or 6th class also, we will put one line and we will ask our friend whether this line is big line or small line. If that fellow says it is a big line, then we will put further big line next to that, and we will say that we will prove that whatever he said is wrong. And if that fellow says it is a small line, then we will put further small line to it, and we will prove that whatever our friend said is wrong. It is big line. It is not small line. So like that, if there is no benchmarking, we can do anything. But evaluation is not like that. You should fix up the benchmark of performance. So when you do the benchmark, then it leads to strategists encounter so many questions. So what benchmarking means? Benchmarking with the best of the industry, with the best practices of the industry, with the best results of the industry. Like that, you can fix benchmarking. That means putting that comparison. For comparison, you are putting a standard. Okay, like that. So then some of the things, suppose if you want to take up quantitative criteria after benchmarking, you can take net profit as your benchmarking, ROI, return on investment, earnings per share, cost of production, rate of employee turnover, because we will be doing different activities. So these things can be considered as the benchmarking for evaluation of strategies. Okay. At the same time, you can take up some certain qualitative factors like skills and competencies, risk-taking potential, flexibility of the organization. So these things are qualitative terms. Quantitative terms are like net profit, ROI, earnings per share, cost of production. All these are quantitative terms. Then after putting the benchmark, the second step is measuring the performance. You should measure the performance. How to measure the performance means you set the benchmark. You compare your result with the benchmark. If it is at par with benchmark, you are good. If your result is more than benchmark, then you are excellent. If your result is less than benchmarking one, then you need to improve further. Rather than saying negative word like you failed, let us say you need to improve further. So the measurement must be done at right time, or else evaluation will not meet its purpose. For measuring the performance, Financial statements like balance sheet, profit and loss account should also be prepared on annual basis. So one account for 6 months and one account for 1 year, another statement for 2 years. If you prepare like that, they don't have comparability. In order to compare that standard on annual basis only, of course, everybody will prepare on financial year basis only. So that you should ensure. Same period, standard, you need to follow that consistency. So analyzing variance. So first you said the benchmarking. Second, you started measuring the performance. Analyze the variance. When you benchmark and your actual result is there, then you will be knowing the variance. Variance may be positive or variance may be negative. Positive deviation indicates better performance. Negative deviation indicates it is a shortfall of performance or you need to improve further. Okay. Then taking corrective action. If it is positive deviation, then okay. But negative deviation, why? Why it is happening? What is to be done? So the corrective action you have to ensure. So why? Because we are planning for the future. There is always the error possibility is there. So that you have to rectify. Either there may be error in planning or there may be error in implementation. So any deviation, why it is happening, how to overcome that, and you make necessary correction to it. Okay, so that is what the evaluation 4 steps are there. Now, if you take up the strategic evaluation and control, because after the immediate evaluation, next one is control. Strategic evaluation, actually, we will for controlling purpose only, we will evaluate. Not to control the deviations only, we will evaluate. Unless we evaluate, we don't know what to control and what not to control. So strategic evaluation and control is the process of determining the effectiveness of a given strategy in achieving the organizational objectives and taking corrective actions whenever required. Control can be exercised through formulation of contingency strategies. That means in order to overcome the problems in implementation or the problems in getting the result, this contingency, additional strategies will be formulated. And for this, crisis manage, sometimes we need to have a crisis management team also, because normal management team will attend for the reasoned and logical planning activities, whereas this crisis management will be attending for unforeseen things. Suddenly, situation will arise. So for that purpose, this crisis management team or rescue management team will be there. So that you should have a crisis management or the rescue management team also should be there in the organization. Then coming to control, there are in different ways we can control. One is operational control. Operational control normally will take place at strategic business unit level. Strategic business unit level, the operational control will take place. And strategic control, that is at the overall planning level, it will take place. Control at the premise control. Premise means while assuming the conditions that may prevail while we are implementing, these conditions may be there. So like that we will premise, and premise control is taking care in making the assumptions. Implementation control is going error-free or avoiding mistakes while implementing what we have planned for the attainment of predetermined objectives. Then strategic surveillance. Strategic surveillance means it aims at generalized control. So it is designed to monitor a broad range of events. Overall, organizational learning, knowledge management. Don't think that knowledge management is something different. Knowledge management is nothing but information management. So information for strategic surveillance, because today based on information only you can take the decision. Then special alert control, it is a rapid response or immediate reassessment strategy in the light of sudden or unexpected events. That is the reason why we are saying that there should be crisis management team or there should be a rescue management team in our strategic team. So if you examine the importance of strategic evaluation and control, there is a need for feedback, appraisal, and reward to check the validity of strategic choice, because by assuming certain conditions, we plan congruence between decisions and intended strategy, creating inputs for new strategic plan, because the existing output or existing experience has to be an input for planning for the further strategies. So to sum up, these different stages will come in strategy. So stability, target, retrenchment, achievement, then benchmarking or tech marking, educating or information management, growth and yield. So all these are essential to ensure with the help of strategic management. So thank you for your attention, and this is in brief about all the 5th units. Now I'll stop here, because at least after going through strategic management, we must be objective oriented. So because the objective of this PCP classes is to clear the doubts of the students, I will attend the academic queries, non-academic administrative queries, your coordinators will take care. So now it is open to you all. Whatever doubts academically, any clarification, any further explanation is required. Now all the 5 units that we have gone through, or if you have a doubt, like what is to be written for a question as answer, all those things, it is open to you. And now I welcome your participation. All of you are muted. Anyone can give a message. If you are muted, I will ask them to remove muting.
No, sir, we are available.
Okay. Then the platform is open to you all for clarification of any doubts in all the 5 units. Academic related doubts, I am here to clarify. Basically, I am a resource person. So all administrative related, exams related, the results, all those things that the coordinators will take care. So nothing is there to ask.
Excuse me, sir.
Please.
Sir, if this is the last class, can you tell us with in each unit which are all the topics we need to focus importantly?
Basically, in the entire strategic management, only 4 things. First is understanding the relationship. In first unit, we need to understand the relationship between vision, mission, and objectives. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Then after that, what are all the issues in the second unit? What are all the issues in strategy formulation? While formulating the strategy, what are all the issues? Mainly, what are all the issues means the issues related to business environment. Already you studied step-in factors, socio-cultural, technological, economic, political, legal, international, and natural factors. Not only Ma Priyanka, yeah, thank you. Then planning premises, mainly planning premises, we must take care. That means planning premises means we are assuming certain conditions will prevail tomorrow because we are planning for tomorrow. We are not planning for yesterday or we are not planning for today. These are the conditions that are going to prevail for our planning period. And at that, in that way, in premising, in assuming the premises, we must be so careful. So there, you must make use of information, imagination, and intuition. Just don't go only by your imagination or don't go exclusively based on information. Along with information and imagination, because in information, everything may not be known to you. Everything may not be known to you. Say simple things. Suppose one day morning, 7 o'clock, you came to the road. Road is so neat. Nobody need not tell that yesterday night it rained. Because it rained, the road sides are wet and road is clean. Oh, it rained a little bit heavily. That is why all the dust on the roads went away and road sides are wet. So that is imagination. So imagination based on information. So information is road is clean. Imagination is yesterday night it rained. That is why it is clean. Intuition is, oh, it is clean and road sides are wet. That is why today, even if vehicles goes also, again dust may not come back to the road. Why? Because that is wet. That when it is dry, all that dust will come and again accumulate on the road. Again, it will not come to the road. That is intuition. So, information, imagination, intuition, you should use perfectly. That is where human element is important. Otherwise, in the era of artificial intelligence, there may not be any need of human beings. But because artificial intelligence also doing this imagination and intuition, but not right. So that is why in formulation, you must take care of mainly planning premises. Then coming to the third unit, it is about implementation. In the implementation, because you planned in advance, while implementing, there may be change in the set of conditions you assumed. So at that time, what contingency plans you should have. So those things you have to take care as important in third unit. Strategy implementation steps, strategy implementation, what precautionary measures. Then when it comes to fourth unit, the fourth unit speaks about only the functional strategies or department wise, HR, finance, marketing, like that. So because organizational goal is there means in order to achieve that goal, every department has to work in that direction. Just as an example, I have taken quality, efficiency, we have and cost leadership that we have taken. And what is to be done from HR department? What is to be done from marketing department? Like that, you must be able to assign the activity to each and every department. Then finally, when it comes to the fifth unit, what is important is the relationship between formulation, implementation, evaluation, and control. So these are going to be important. It is not much thing. If you understand the process in its own way, you need not too much worry about what question is going to come, what question is going to come. Because it is all interrelated only. Only the question form may be different, but more or less with slight variations, your answers are going to be the same. Because there is
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Right. Next.
Sir, yesterday while giving example of Tata's, you said positive goodwill. Is there any negative goodwill, sir?
Negative goodwill means it is our perception. Say, I'll ask one thing, Rajesh.
Sir,
What is your perception on Adani way of doing business?
sir,
Perception only. And they say nobody is going to fine you.
so
Your-
perception is he is smart, sir.
Yeah, we should not give smart answer. Whether it is ethical or not, unethical, straight question.
Unethical, sir.
Right. But there are people who are arguing that when MNCs comes and do business in India in an unethical way, like Coke, Pepsi, what you have done? Why are you putting objection to Adani? There is one group for that. So, in business, the thing is, what is legal need not be ethical. Okay. Something may be legal, but it need not be ethical. Right? So, because Tata's, J.R.D. Tata promised for the well-being of the Indian society, for your information, whatever group profits comes, if Tatas are earning 1 rupee, 85 paisa goes to the Tata's trust. Tata's trust money is not used for their family. Tata's trust money is exclusively used for societal activities only. That means Tatas are making 100 rupees profit means again 85 rupees is coming back to the society only. Only 15 paisa is their family is enjoying. Their family is enjoying only 15%. So that is why those who knows about the family businesses, these histories, they will perceive them as positive. It is not that Tata is related to me and Adani and Ambani are not related to me. See, in the first generation, you may be aggressive in earning, but next generation, you need not be that much aggressive. Who knows? Next generation of Adanis may be following the same, whatever Tata's followed. So that is why positive perception and negative perception. See, in OB and all people will say, when there is 50% water is in the glass, some people will say 50% is empty. People call it as sometimes negative perception. And sometimes people will say half is filled. That is positive perception. It is nothing like that. It is not like negative and positive. You are thinking that still half is to be filled. That is why you are perceiving that half is empty. Okay. Or if you say that, if you are thinking that you are emptying the glass, only 50% work you did, other 50% you have to do, That is why we are saying that only 50% is empty. And if you are saying that you are filling, if you are perceiving that if you are filling, then we can say it is only 50% filled, another 50% is yet to be filled. So it is all how you are perceiving, whether you are perceiving that it is getting filled or getting empty. Next. Next, anyone else? Any other doubt? It is open to you all. All your, if anybody wants to speak, you can unmute your mic and you can speak. It is open for clarification of your doubts. At the beginning only, all the 8 hours we used to spend for clarifying the doubts only. In the recent past only, we started again re-explaining the things. So in all the 5 units, any academic queries or further explanations or any doubts are there, you are most welcome. An MBA must be habituated to speak. If you are not speaking, you cannot become an MBA, real MBA. You may get MBA degree, but you won't become managers. And don't worry whether you are speaking right or wrong. By practice, it will become perfect. Practice makes you perfect. So whatever doubts you are having, you are most welcome to get it clarified. Anything else?
Sir, at the moment we don't have any doubts, but in future if we will read more and will get in doubt, so where should we email it? Is there anything where we can get it clarified?
You may mail it to the director. Director will forward it to me because I should not maintain direct contact with the students. It is against the policy.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Only directorate will maintain the contact. So you can any queries by specifying the subject. If you mail it, then director immediately forwards it to me and I will attend to that.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Right. So any other doubt is there? Kindly, we request once again, we request you kindly raise the doubt. Otherwise, I will be leaving the call by giving a break. Next teacher will come and take over. So it is your time, basically. You are not using the time. Anybody else?
Sir, apart from the strategic management, so can we ask another question?
Yeah, you can put a question. No issue. Visual.
Yeah. Sir, means it means whole operation management related question. Can I ask that?
No, sorry, Ujjwal, we are unable to hear you. Very low. Yeah, now it is clear. Now it is clear. You please keep your that near to your mouth.
Yeah, sir. Sir, my question is operation management related question, sir. Sir, means apart from strategic management, it's operation management related question, sir. Operation management, this whole curriculum, so it cover also that it's coming under the data science, artificial intelligence read also.
No, this operational management is only about production only, production activities only. Mainly, you are working?
Sir, I'm working. I'm an aerospace engineer, sir.
Yeah. See, if you are aware about industry 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, and 4.0, this production and operations management will cover only industry 2.0 and 3.0. Whatever you are artificial intelligence, machine learning, all these things related to industry 4.0. Data sciences and all these things are related to industry 4.0. You are speaking about say without unmanned production units. That is advanced development of production and operations management. Okay, that is not there. When you take up this operations management as specialization, to that extent we will go. But now this is a common paper. Whatever you are going to cover next 2 weeks, some other faculty member is going to take care of it. Probably Mr. Kumar is going to take care of it. So that speaks about only 2.1 and 3.0.
Okay, if anybody wants to go for that 4.0, then so is it possible, sir?
Yeah, it is possible, but one-to-one teaching may not be possible. What I can suggest is if you go to DD website, operations management specialization books are there. Operations management specialization books are there. There, this segment-wise books, in the sense technology-backed production, okay, supply chain-backed production, like this, materials are available. So that you can download and you can go through. Sushant, you want to speak something?
Yes, sir.
Please tell me. Any question?
I want to know that what are the qualities that have a good strategist.
Good strategist, he must be accommodative.
What are the common qualities?
He must be clear in communication. He must be logical in thinking. You are talking about individual strategist.
Yeah.
Strategist must be good in communication, first of all. Strategist must accommodate all types of people in the sense among your team. High performers will be there, low performers will be there. So you have to accommodate everybody, and you must be a good motivator. Apart from that, you must be a good information-based imaginative person, because premises, you have to plan for the future. So that future based on the present information, you have to imagine it and you have to illuminate. You need to see the visual wonder of the future. So that is why you must be based on the present information, you must have very good logical thinking and you must have an imaginative mind.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Anything else? Yeah, otherwise take a break. Next teacher will come and join you. Right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Students, next class will start on 12 o'clock. Okay?
Okay.
Okay, sir.
Okay, sir.
Thank you.
Hello, sir.
Hello?
Sir, whether PPTs are uploaded and YouTube links are available, sir, for last 2 classes. Sir?
Can I speak to director, sir?
Good afternoon, all of you.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Last class, what we have learned? Do you remember? Yesterday, what you have learned? What you have learned? Capital structure theories. Anyone, can you say what is the concept of traditional approach? What is the concept of net operating income approach, net income approach? Anybody, can you say? Very short manner. What is the concept of traditional approach? Yes, anybody? Can you hear me? Yes. Anybody? Are you listening or sleeping?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Tell me, what is the concept of traditional approach? Yesterday I taught you, no? What is the concept? Is it relevant theory or irrelevant theory? Traditional concept? Okay, in traditional approach, what is your proportion mix? If it differs, what will happen? Your overall cost of capital and value of the firm will be affected or not?
Traditional side is based on assumptions, right?
Yes, yes.
So if assumptions are not successful, then overall cost will increase, and that to be at the end of the project.
Yes, in traditional concept, when you are using your proportion of debt to equity mix, when you are increasing your debt portion, debt to capital, the overall value of the firm will increase and overall cost of capital will be reduced up to a certain level. Beyond certain level, it will be reverse. So that is, risk will be greater. That is the traditional concept, right? What is net income approach? Net income approach is totally how much debt capital you are involving, more and more. So your overall value of the firm will be greater, maximizing your shareholders. Whatever, if suppose 80%, 90% debt capital, if you are using, your value of the firm will be greater. That is the net income approach, right? Here in net income approach, the financial risk will be the same, interest rate will be the same, right? That is the assumption. Net operating income approach is a irrelevant theory. Whatever be the debt to equity proportion, that will not affect your value of the firm as well as overall cost of capital. That will remains constant, same thing, it will not be varying. That is the arguments of net operating income approach, right? So you have to recollect all the thing, then only you can go for next concept. Simply if you are don't by heart, you understand if you understand the concept, you can give more examples, right? Let us see Modigliani and Miller theory. Modigliani and Miller theory is also arguing that whatever be the proportions, debt to equity mix, there is no changes in the overall cost of capital and value of the firm. By using the Modigliani and Miller approach, they are using firm's profitability or firm's what we can say, the effect of firm's capital is changing into shareholder per shareholder's capital structure. Firm's capital structure is mixing with equating with the individual capital structure, right? So Modigliani and Miller approach, see here, states that financing decision of a firm does not affect the market value of the firm in a perfect capital market condition. In other words, approach maintains that the average cost of capital does not change with the debt in weighted equity mix or capital structure of the firm. Modigliani and Miller approach important assumptions. What are the assumptions? There is a perfect capital market condition. There are no retained earnings. There are no corporate taxes. The investors act rationally. The dividend payout ratio is 100%. The business consistent of same level of business risk. So value of the firm can be calculated by earning EBIT divided by KO. KO means overall cost of capital. So overall cost of capital, that is X into 1 minus T, that is earnings before interest. See this example. There are two firms A and B which are exactly identical except that A does not use any debt in its financing. B 2,50,000, 6% debentures in its financing. Both the firms have earnings before interest and tax 75,000 and the equity capitalization rate is 10%. Assuming the corporate taxes 50%, calculate the value of the firm. See here, market value firm is how much? 2,50,000. Sorry, two identical firms. A does not use any debt. Total capital, right? B only using 2,50,000 debt capital. So both the firms having EBIT, earnings before interest and tax 75,000. 75,000 total overall capitalization rate is 10%. So where total value of the firm is 7,50,000 for firm A. Firm B is what you have to take 2,50,000 is the debt capital. So what would be your equity capital? What would be your equity capital? Equity capital will be 5 lakhs. 7,50,000 is the total value of the firm. Tax 50% if you take 2,50,000, 50% that is 1,25,000. So 7,50,000 plus 1,25,000 that is 8,75,000 for B. When you are involving tax, it is a relevant theory. When you are not involving tax, it will be a different, right? When you are not involving tax, what will happen? Here, tax you leave it. Debt capital is 2,50,000. Therefore, equity capital is equal to total capital 2,50,000 minus 2,50,000 is the equity debt capital. So 5 lakhs. Equity capital is 5 lakhs. So total value of the firm will be the same, 7,50,000. Will be the same in both the cases. Here KO is 7,50,000. Here KO is 2,50,000 is debt capital, 5 lakhs is equity capital. So total value of the firm is 2,50,000. There will not be any change. When you are using taxation, it will be different, right? See here, let us see the proposition 1. So Modigliani and Miller theory, proposition 1, the overall cost of capital and value of the firm are independent of its capital structure. There is no relevant, there is no dependency. It is a different. All right, overall cost of capital and value of the firm are independent. The operational justification of hypothesis is the arbitrage process. The term arbitrage means an act of buying an asset of one market and selling it as in another market. So this proposition 1 hypothesis, they are arguing that arbitrage process. What is arbitrage? Arbitrage means say buying in one market, stock market, and at lower price and selling it in another market at higher price. That is called arbitrage, right? This MM theory illustrates arbitrage process with reference to the valuation in terms of two firms, which are exactly similar in all respects except leverage. Leverage means debt equity proposition. So one of the firm has debt in its capital structure while the other does not. The total value of the homogeneous firms, which differ only in respect of leverage, cannot be different because of the operation of arbitrage. The investors of the firm whose value is higher will sell their shares and instead buy the shares of the firm whose value is lower. The investors will be able to earn same return at lower outlay with the same perceived risk or lower risk. Do you understand what it is given? The arbitrage process are involved in case of proposition 1 of modification. That means if two identical firms can be taken as example, both if one company is having levered company, another company is unlevered company. What is levered company? What is unlevered? Those company which are using debt capital is called levered company. Those companies using only equity capital, that is unlevered company. So those who are investing shareholder, say for an example, 10% of shares, if he is holding in a levered company, if he is selling and getting the money and investing in unlevered company, he will get the same earnings. There will not be any change. That is the argument. You understand? I will explain you in the example, you will understand. The behavior of the investors will have the effect of increasing the share price of the firm whose shares are being purchased and lower the same share prices of the firm whose shares are being sold. This will continue till the market prices of the two identical firms become identical. The arbitrage drives the total value of two homogeneous firms in all respects except debt equity ratio. The essence of arbitrage argument is the investor or arbitrager are able to substitute personal leverage to homemade leverage for corporate leverage. So personal leverage of the shareholder are substituting to the corporate leverage when using the debt of firm. Right? See this example, I will explain you can understand. Assume there are two firms, L and U. L means unlevered company. Levered means debt and equity mixing capital, mixing capital usage of the company. Unlevered company using only equity capital. Identical in all respects except the firm L has 10%, 5% debentures, 5 lakhs debentures. The earnings before interest and tax, EBIT of both the firms are 1 lakh. The equity capitalization rate KE is 16%. L is higher, 16% than that of the firm. Unlevered firm, it is 12.5%. Let us prepare the statement. EBIT for L and U both 1 lakh. Interest on debenture in L company, it is 5 lakhs into 10%, 50,000. You deduct the interest. So earnings available to equity holder, that is 50,000. Here 1 lakh. Equity capitalization rate is given 16%, 12.5%. So 50,000 into 0.16, the market value of the equity in case of company L, 3 lakhs 12,500. Here it is 1 lakh divided by 0.125, that is 8 lakhs. Market value of debt. Market value of debt which is given, that is 5 lakhs. Right? So total value of the firm is equity capital plus debt capital, that is the total value of the firm. So 3 lakhs 12,500, 5 lakhs, so total 8 lakhs 12,500. Here it is 8 lakhs. So overall cost of capital KO is EBIT divided by value of the firm. The percentage is 0.123, 0.125, only slight difference. Here, Mr. X say now, Mr. X is holding 10% of shares of L company. You are having 10%, holding 10% of shares in company L. Okay. Now, yes, what is the value now? 10% means what value of the equity is 3,12,500. So 10% means 31,250 you are having. Now you want to sell out and invest in company U. Okay. So if you sell out, you will get 31,250. If you want to invest in you, 10% of shares in you, how much money is required? 8 lakhs, right? 10% means 80,000 is required, isn't it? How much you have? This fractional value, leave it. Only 30,000 you have, right? So 50,000 you are required additional debt capital. You are buying, getting personal loan or getting debt 50,000. The interest rate is same. Corporate debt capital interest rate as well as individual, everything is same. That is the assumption. Okay, 50,000 into 10%. Your interest you have to pay 50,000. You are buying debt capital, borrowing and investing 10% in you. So when you are investing in L, what would be your earnings? What would be your earnings? That is 10% of EBIT available to your equity shareholder. That is 50,000 into 10% means what is the dividend you can get in company L? 5,000. In company U, how much you can get? 10% of 1 lakh. But how much interest you have to pay? For 50,000 you have bought loan. So for 5,000 you have to pay interest, isn't it? So 10,000 minus interest payment 5,000. So net effect 5,000. So whether you are holding shares in company L or U, there is no difference. Whether it is a levered company or unlevered company, the individual shareholder get the same amount, same benefit. There is no difference at all. That is the argument of Mardiglia and Miller. Do you understand? Do you understand this concept? Once again, I explain you. You are Mr. X, right? You are holding 10% of shares in firm L, right? So what is your earnings? 10% of 50,000. 5,000 will be dividend. You can get it from L. Now you are selling 10% of shares from L and buying from U. Company U, you are purchasing, right? So if you are selling, how much you can get? 3,12,500 is the market value of equity share. So 10% means 30,000, fractional leave it. 30,000 you can get. If you want to invest in company U, how much amount required for investment? 1 lakh into 10%. Sorry, 8 lakhs into 10%, 80,000 required. How much you are having in hand? Only 30,000. So 50,000 you are required. You can borrow from outside at a rate of 10% interest rate, right? So 80,000 you are investing. So what would be your earnings in company U? 10% of 1 lakh, right? So 10,000 you can get. But how much you have to pay? Interest 5,000 because borrowed capital 50,000. So 5,000 you have to pay. So what is the net effect? Whether you are investing in L company or U company, the benefit is same, 5,000. You understand? This is the personal Mardiglia and Miller approach. Personal leverage or equating or proportionating. Personal leverage is compensating with your corporate leverage. There is no difference. Do you understand? So in that case, total market value of the firm, which implies debt in the capital structure, is more than that of the unlevered company. According to the MM hypothesis, this situation cannot continue as the arbitrage process. Based on the substitutability of personal leverage is substituting the corporate leverage. Will operate and values of the two firms will be brought to an identical level. This is the concept of theory. Do you understand? One more problem I have explained it here. You can read out. Say another problem, right? See this problem. Company X, company Y, 75,000, 1,25,000, 5% debenture, market price, profit before interest and tax it is given. Say under Modigliani and Miller, you are having 10% holding on company X share. So what is the amount? 75,000, number of share is 75,000 into market price per share 1 rupee 25 paise. So into 10 by 100. So 9,375 in case of company X. He will raise the loan 40,000 into 10%. 40, his debt capital is 40,000 into 10%. That is 4,000. So totally 13,375. Right? If he is investing in company Y, how much is required? 1,25,000 into 1 rupee. So into 10%. So how much is required? 12,500 is required, right? See here. Profit before interest and tax, both the company is 25,000. 1.25 here 1 lakh. So 25,000. Interest on debenture is 5% into 40,000, 22,000. Profit after tax 23,000. So 10% means how much he will get? 2,300. So in this case, 25,000 less interest, there is no interest. So the shareholder in company Y, he will get 25,000 into 10%. That is 13,375. See here, how much is the investment? 13,375 divided by 1,25,000. That is total share capital. 1 lakh totally 1.25. Right? So interest paid on loan 200. Same thing, previous problem, right? When the individual person in arbitrage process, when the personal leverage is substituting for corporate leverage, in that case there is no change in levered company and unlevered company, right? When the corporate taxation is involved in theory, this irrelevant theory will be cancelled. That means it will become levered. Why? Because the value of the firm will increase and cost of the capital will decline with the leverage. If corporate taxes are existed, the interest on debt is tax deductible. The effect of cost of borrowing is less than the contractual rate of interest. Thus provides a benefit to the firm. Debt provides the benefit to the firm because of the tax deductibility of interest payments. Hence, a levered firm would have greater market value than the unlevered firm. State that the value of levered firm would exceed that the unlevered firm by an amount equal to the levered firm debt multiplied by the tax rate. See, levered firm, unlevered firm. Previously, we have seen without tax. If you are involving taxation, the difference with overall cost of capital will be differ. See here, 1 lakh, 50,000 interest you deducted, earnings before taxation, tax 50% you are involving. So earnings available to equity shareholder is 25,000, 50,000. Equity capitalization rate 16%, 12.5%. So market value of equity here 1,56,500, here 4 lakhs. So here market value of debt 5 lakhs. So total market value of the L company 6 lakhs 56,500. Unlevered company is 4 lakhs. So overall cost of capital is what? EBIT divided by value of the firm. EBIT is 25,000 divided by 6 lakhs, 56,500, 12.5. So here 50,000 divided by overall value of the firm 4 lakhs, that is 25%. So overall cost of capital will be lower in case of levered firm, and value of the firm will be greater when taxation is involved under approach. Do you understand? These are all the concepts which are very important in capital structure theories. Under capital structure theories, there are 4 types of theories: traditional approach, net income approach, net operating income approach, Modigliani and Miller approach. Traditional approach and net income approach are relevant theory. Net operating income approach and Modigliani and Miller before taxation, without corporate taxation, it is irrelevant theory. Right? Just a minute, I will upload another. This one is one. 1 second. This is 5 and 6. So what is your syllabus? What we have learned? First unit is over. Second unit, capital budgeting, we have learned, right? Capital budgeting and leverage, and then capital structure theories, right? Dividend theories and working capital we can take in the next class. Next week we have 4 hours, right? Only 4 hours are over, right? So we can, once again I will explain you this one. Dividend theory and working capital management, unit 4. These are 3 units. 4 and 5 we can take next class. Okay. Okay, once again we will see this one. So capital structure theories, what are the theories? Net income approach, net operating income approach, and traditional approach, Modigliani and Miller approach. Traditional approach, what it is saying? Proportions of debt equity mix can increase the value of the firm and reducing the overall cost of capital up to a certain level of debt. Beyond certain level, the traditional approach states that overall cost of capital decreases only when the responsible limit of financial leverage. So overall cost of capital will start with increasing and value of the total value of the firm will decrease. So that is the traditional value of approach. Assumptions, there are only two sources of funds, that is debt equity sources. Firm pays 100% of its earnings as dividend. The total assets are given and do not change. The total finance remains constant. The operating profits are not expected to grow. The business risk remains constant. The firm has a perpetual life. The investors behave rationally. Right? This is traditional approach. Traditional approach. Then next one is a net income approach. Net income approach is propounded by Durand. This theory is relevant theory when the capital structure, proportion of debt equity mix, use of more debt reduce the overall cost of capital and increase the value of firm, right? So this is the concept of net income approach. Net income approach, what is the assumptions? What are the assumptions? There are no corporate taxes. Cost of debt is less than the cost of equity. The use of debt does not change the risk perception of the investors. These are the assumptions underlying net income approach. So net income approach, how to calculate? That is net operating income minus interest on debenture, that is earnings available to the equity shareholder, equity capitalization rate, market value of the equity, then market value of debt. You have to overall cost of capital, you have to calculate. KO is equal to EBIT by V, value of the firm, right? This is net income approach. Net income approach is relevant theory. Next, net operating income approach. Net operating income approach is also propounded by Durand. The capital structure decision making, it is irrelevant of the valuation of the firm. The market value of the firm is not at all affected by the proportions of debt equity mix, changes in capital structure. That will not affect your total value of the firm as well as market price or overall cost of the capital. Why? Because there are three assumptions underlying net operating income approach. The overall cost of capital remains constant. There are no corporate taxes. The market capitalizes the value of the firm as a whole. That is, value is equal to EBIT divided by KO. Value of the firm is equal to EBIT, earnings before interest and tax, divided by KO. This is net operating income approach. Then Modigliani and Miller approach. The proposition 1, as per proposition 1, the financing decision of proportions of debt equity mix, that will not affect the overall value of the firm as well as overall cost of the capital. Why? Because the individual arbitrage process is involved. When the arbitrage, what is the arbitrage process? That is buying in one market at a lower price and selling at a higher price in another market. That is arbitrage process. Here, shareholder, those who are holding shares in one company, if they are selling it out and buying it in the another company, levered company into the unlevered company, or unlevered company into levered company, whatever it is, the personal leverage, when it is substituting to the corporate leverage, there is no point of difference between difference in the value of the firm and overall cost of capital, that will not affect. That is the MM approach, right? In this MM approach, you have to take the homogeneous form, that is both same identical form. You have to take both levered company and unlevered company. You have to take the individual person shareholding from selling it in one market and buying it in the another company's shareholdings. So your personal leverage or substituting corporate leverage. So this is the examples I have given here, explained here. You have to be very thorough all these theories. Any theory definitely in the examination point of view they will ask, especially MM theory. MM theory is very important. Sometimes they may ask net income, what is the relevant theory, what is irrelevant theory, discuss. Like that they may ask you in a 10 marks question and 6 marks question. Sometimes the 20 marks question case study also, some situation problems will be given, and is it relevant or irrelevant. If it is argue like that, if they give, you have to, depends upon the case study, you have to read and write the concept. First you have to write the explain what is the, identify the problem. In case study you read the problem and then you have to write this is the problem. Then you have to write the concept, which concept is going to apply in that case study. Then you have to explain that concept, how it is evaluating the firm's overall cost of capital, and then value of the firm, how it is different. Like that you have to give your argument. So case study 20 marks question, you should be elaborately you have to write. Sometimes theoretically also they may ask, explain, discuss MM theory. Suppose if corporate taxation is involving, with the tax or without tax, so how it will be. You have to be very careful to calculate with the tax and without tax MM theory, and then net income approach, net operating income approach, all these things. Okay, then 3 units are over. Next week I will not take class. After last class, 4 more hours we have, right? 4 hours or 2 hours? How many hours we have finished?
After 1 p.m., 2 more hours now, 2 to 4. 2 to 4 after completing this class, like 1 p.m. We will have a 1 hour break, and after break we'll have 2 hours of class.
Only 2 more hours left over or 4 more hours? 2.
Ma'am, for this subject 4 hours.
Not today. This subject, totally per subject 8 hours is allotted.
4 hours. 4 hours left, ma'am.
So 4 hours left over. Okay, we have more time. So no problem. Next, that's why I didn't start. Otherwise, I could have started. Unit 4 and 5. That is, let us take dividend theories. Dividend theories. There are problems. Walter model, Gordon's model. Problems will be asked in 10 marks question and 6 marks question. Theory also I will explain, and problem also I will work out in the next class. Right. So if you have any doubt, we can discuss it now. Also problems we have 2 hours. One day we will take working capital. One day we will take dividend policies. Sufficient time we have. Any other doubts you have, we can discuss. Yes, anybody? Yes, no doubts. Okay, case study. You can download question papers which are available and uploaded on our website, DD website. You see the case study. Case study, don't leave it. You have to attend, whether you know or not. You have to attend. Then only we can give when evaluating. You can make you pass to give marks here and there, right? Case study, you have to read very carefully, understand what is given. So which is chapter it is given, which concept is given. If it is given and from marginal costing or capital budgeting, NPV or IRR, what is given, or only problem if it is asked, you can calculate and give the decision making, which proposal gives you better result, like that. Sometimes theoretically they may give you case study. Company, their working capital is sufficient, this one, that one. So what is your suggestion? Like that, some story, some paragraph will be given. So you read the paragraph very carefully once or twice, even thrice also you can read it. Identify the problem. What is the problem? So when you are writing your solution, write identification of the problem. You write what is the problem. Then concept. What is the concept involved in that problem? That is, say for an example, if it is related to capital budgeting, that is IRR and NPV. So capital budgeting concept, which concept? That you have to explain the concept. Suppose this theory is involved. You have to write theory concept, the proposition. All these concepts you have to write. And then what is the question? Sometimes question A, question B, they may ask some questions. So in that case, you have to give your answer. If it is calculation is there, you have to calculate it and give. Right? Otherwise, discussion part, you have to write a discussion. Right? Even if there is any possibility, you can give your own example also in there. Example, and then you can neatly have to present. And then 10 marks and 6 marks questions. If you know the problems thoroughly, you attend the problem question. If you do not know, better you can write theory question. Right? If you know very well problem, don't attend theory. You write the problem. Okay. So problem gives you full marks. 10 marks question, say for an example, water model, dividend question, dividend theory, if they are asking, if you prepare it, answer is correct, 10 marks you can give. Instead, if you are writing theory, evaluate depends upon the evaluator. Your marks will be lower. That is, you have to lose your marks. Instead of 10 marks, you have to get only 5 marks, 6 marks. Depends upon your presentation, evaluator mindset. You have to lose your marks. So if you do not know the problem, only steps only you know. So in that case, better you can attend your theory questions. Right? These are all my advice for presentation in the examination point of view. And then practice the concepts, everything you have to by heart and then study. Logical thinking, you have to study and practice the problems, and then clarity should be there. Right? Workings, if it is required, last paper you can use for workings, calculations. Don't overwrite. Right? And then write very neatly, and then don't mix the questions in between. So question, say for an example, if you are writing part A, 2 question. Next you are writing part B, 2 question. Next C, don't write like that. Part A, if you are taking 5 question answer, you write one by one. Next you take up part B. Next up take up part C. Otherwise, if you are taking up part C first, okay, take. Then next part B, whole 5 questions, you answer it. Finally, you take question part A. Okay. Don't forget to put question number. So in question paper, what it is given, 1. If you are answering first question, you write 1. Third question, if you are answering, write 3. Don't put 2. So question paper, what is the number is given, that is very important. You have to indicate. Okay. And then don't leave it. Don't write excess also. 8 questions will be given. You have to answer only 5. Write only 5. Don't give answer for 8. Okay, why? Because first question answer will be taken. So suppose first question, 1 question you have made a mistake, they give 0 mark. Last question, 8th question you have given good answer, but they will not taken for accountability. Okay, so whichever you know very well, you attend it, write it neatly and very well. And for 6 marks question, if it is a theory, you can write 2 pages. Don't write like a storytelling from beginning to end. You write some points, bullet points and side headings, and if possible examples also you can write. And then if there is a diagram, say for an example, what are the factors which are affecting working capital? What are the factors which are affecting dividend? So in that case, bullet points, that is size of the company, nature of the company, say working capital cycle. So when you are discussing about working capital cycle, you can draw diagram, that is raw material converted into finished goods, work in progress converted into Finished goods converted into sales converted into that is cash or receivables. So receivables again convert into cash. So this is the working capital cycle. Like that, a diagram you can insert, you can put, right? So your way of presentation should be very neat. And then answer, that is when the evaluator looking your answer sheet, it should be like you have studied something, like that. You know, you have good knowledge. It will get a good impression about your answer sheet. Okay, these are the techniques you can use to score more marks. And then you can download question papers. It is given uploaded on our website. You can practice some problems. If you have any doubts or any small doubts, or you can discuss my phone number 443 during the office hour, or you can send mail also. Or if you are a local person, you may come in person one day, and then you can clarify your doubts. All doubts you note it down, come one day, and then you can clarify. Okay.
Okay, ma'am. Sure.
If you have any doubts, anything, you can ask me. No doubts, nothing.
Ma'am, after going through this, like if we have any doubts, can we email you?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So after reading through all those things, if we have any doubts, can we email you?
Yes, you can email me. Email ID you want?
Yeah, I have, ma'am.
You have, okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. We have 10 more minutes, right? Can we quit, or we can continue discussion?
Thank you for the presentations, ma'am, through email.
Presentation of?
You had sent the presentations through email. I shared it with our WhatsApp group. Thank you very much.
Okay, ma. Thank you. This PPT also, next PPT, all PPT I have shared with you.
4 PPTs you have shared. All.
5 PPTs totally, no? No, 4.
4 you sent.
4 PPT. Okay, 5 units.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, ma. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. We can
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
மேமே போயிட்டாங்களா இல்லையே சொல்றாங்க.
Hello, can anyone share WhatsApp group link? Hello, Priya.
Yes.
If you have WhatsApp group link, can you please share me?
Which WhatsApp group link? The DD one or which one? MBA Pondicherry.
Yeah.
Let me.
Ma'am told that she shared some PPTs in that link. No, I need those PPTs.
No, ma'am has emailed me that particular.
Oh, but for previous semester, I had I'm in touch with the WhatsApp group was there, but now I couldn't get any updates in that group.
Okay. Which group you are in? Name of the group?
I'm not sure that since I don't get any updates, that is also deleted.
Okay. Just hold on. Let me see. Okay, can you ping me your number? I will ask them to add you there.
Okay, you send me your email ID and I'll mail to my number.
Do you want okay. You can ping it in the chat, no? I will ask them to add you.
Okay, fine. Okay, fine. I'll share.
Student, you can join at 2 o'clock. Okay?
Yeah, sure, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Priya, I've shared my number.
Yeah, I can see. I will ask them to add you. Okay?
Okay, sure. Thank you.
Hello. Hello. Students, are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, friends, good afternoon to all of you. And welcome back to marketing class once again. And I think today only 36. Shall we wait or start? Morning, how many were there in class?
64, around 64, 65.
64, 65. Only 36 are there. I think they might have gone for lunch. They will come back and join. So by the time we'll revise whatever yesterday we have discussed. We can revise, and once others join, we can proceed for right. Yeah, yesterday. Do you remember yesterday what we are discussing about? Hello.
Yeah, it's about the product had discussed yesterday.
Yeah, product we have discussed. Last we are discussing about new product development, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay, I will just quickly revise what we have discussed yesterday. Before that, let me upload my PPT. Yeah, can you see PPT now? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Is it full now? Can you see?
Yes, sir, we can.
Yes, sir, it's clear.
Yes, sir, it's clear.
It's changing? It is changing? Which PPT can you see now?
Yes, sir.
Stages in new product development.
No, you need to, can you see product decision? Can you see that?
No.
No, only new product development. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Just a second, that means it is now changing.
Now it's changing, sir. Product mix and product line. New product.
New product development. Okay.
Sir.
Stages in new product development.
Yes,
Can you
sir.
see?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, welcome back once again. Yesterday we are discussing about product decision. In product decision, we have discussed what the product is, what do you mean by understand by product, then what are the different levels of product, and different components of product. Then we have discussed product mix, product length, product breadth. All this we have discussed. Then product life cycle also we have discussed. Then we have discussed about new product development. We were discussing new product development, isn't it? Hello? Are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We are able to
hear. Yesterday we are discussing about new product development. What is a new product? New product means any product which is completely new in the market, or any modification, development, or innovation carried out to the existing product can be called as new product. It is not necessarily that product should be completely new in the market. It can be existing product modified in some way, or some modification, some innovation has been done, so that can be called as new product. So what is the necessity of launching new product? Nowadays you must have seen that similar kind of product, lots of products are launched in market. So what is the use of why new product is required? Because due to changes of customers demand, customer likes, then change of technology, then due to change of due to increase of this earning capacity, lifestyle, due to that people they wanted to have different kinds of products. So we need to have develop companies that are producing new product, and they are modifying the existing product or completely new product they are launching in the market. So what are the different stages of we are discussing about different stages in new product development. So what is the stage? First stage is idea generation. You need to generate idea, gather idea. Here I would like to tell you one story or one fact that have you heard about Walkman? Do you know any idea? Do you have any idea about Walkman? Have you heard about Walkman?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Walkman, it's a small record player, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. So regarding Walkman, first Sony is the company who has launched first Walkman to the market. How the idea came? Once, this is a story, like Sony CEO, he has written in his book, like Made in Japan. In that book, he has written that one of the friend of Sony CEO, what he used to do, he used to come to the workplace and he used to bring a big tape recorder along with him. Then Sony CEO, Mr. Morito, he asked for his friend Iduka that why do you carry this much big tape recorder along with you? So he says that I love music. Without that, it is very boring for me. I don't have time to listen music at my home, or there is no additional time. So what I do, I used to carry this tape recorder along with me to the workplace. But whereas I don't want to disturb others, I have the solution. He shows this headphone. So he said that I use my headphone so that it will not disturb to others. But only problem is it's a big huge. So it is difficult to carry. But however, I love music. That's why I carry along with me. Then this gives an idea to the Sony CEO. He thought that why can't we make it a smaller one? So it is a big tape recorder, a huge one. It has recording capacity, heavy sound. But why can't we make small one? So then he discussed with the research and development team. He told that you stripe out the big speaker and put it a small one. Then stripe out the recording facility and make it a small compact one so that anybody can carry along with him. But one of the product development meeting, one of the engineer, he told us, sir, it is the idea is very good, sounds very good, but only thing it may not be suitable for the market. Who will buy such kind of product which is not having recording capacity? So then Mr. Morito, he says that why can't people will buy without recording? Because millions of people, they are buying car tape recorder, which is not having recording capacity, but they are using in car only for music system. So I hope they will buy. So you go ahead. So later on, they have concept. They have developed a concept. Then they have gone to build a small tape recorder, which is called as Walkman. And once the product is ready, then during the marketing committee meeting, he discussed with his marketing team. But marketing team, they were a little bit hesitant. They said that who is going to buy this one small one? It is not having very huge sound, then recording capacity, and people will not buy. Then he said that I will take the responsibility. I have intuition that it will work out. So later on, they have launched this product, and it was a big successful. So that is the first Walkman launched into the market. After that, many of the company, they have copied and they have started launching this Walkman. So what is the aim of talking this story to you, that how the idea comes? It is not necessarily it has come from the research and development or something. By observation also, you can get the idea from your customer or from your employees. What can be the next probable product? So like this, they have made the new product and they have launched the market, which is a big successful. So like this, you need to generate ideas. Similarly, Tata Nanocar, if you read the story, it is that Mr. Ratan Tata, he was traveling in North India somewhere. He saw that one of the bike, some 4 or 5 family people, they are sitting on that one. He found that it is very safe. So if something happens to this, a whole family will be in trouble. So once they can spend 50,000 for this bike or 60,000, why can't they purchase a small car? Why can't we make a small car which can cost around 1 lakh rupee? So that was the idea. He has launched the car in 1 lakh rupee. So idea generation, you need to generate the idea. Then idea screening, you need to screen the idea. What is the feasibility and how it will go on? And you must have different ideas out of that which will be suitable. So idea screening, you have to screen the idea. Then once idea screen that this is the idea, this is the thing we are going to make it. After that, concept development and testing you need to do. You need to develop the concept, how the product will be, what is the shape, what is the size, how it will be, all this. Then product concept testing, whether the test it will be feasible or not. All these things they need to do before going for the making the product, real product. Then once the concept development is okay, you find that it will be all right, then you need to go for business market analysis. Then market, what will the price, how, what will the total cost of the product, so where from all this, whether who will our target customer, all these things you need to analyze it. Once market analysis is over, then you need to go for actual product development. So after market analysis, if you found successful, if you are not successful, then again you have to go back to again previous stage. Otherwise, if it is okay, then you need to go to the further stage, that actual product development. Then you need to develop the real product. So once product is developed, then you need to go for market testing. How will you do market testing? Then in that case, you have to some suitable market, like some metro cities or big cities or whoever your target customer. Based on that, you have to select few the places where you need to launch the product. And once the product is accepted, market test is successful, then you need to go for commercialization of the product. That means full-fledged, you have to launch the product. Full scene, you have to make product and launch into the market. So these are the completely different stages of new product development. So market testing, you must have seen that in some of the, sometimes you must have seen that in some of the sports magazine or some fashion magazine. In that you can find some small sachet for test marketing. So they will be giving free samples to you, so that after that, if you like, you can give the feedback. Based on that, they can understand that whether it is liked by the customer or not. Once it is, they found the result and they found that market test is successful, then they will go for commercialization of product. So full-fledged, they will make the product and they will distribute and supply the product to the target customers. Okay, these are the different stages of new product development. Then next we will give another concept is innovation, diffusion, and new product adoption. How the customer adopt the new product? What is the general trends? This theory was first propounded by Ebert M. Rogers. He has given this theory. According to this theory, people differ in terms of risk-taking ability and attitude towards the change. People are differing. Different people are having different attitude towards the product. Some people, they want to take the risk. Some people, they wanted to avoid risk. Immediately, they will not purchase the product. They will wait for the response from the community or society or from the other customers. Then only they will go to buy the product. This affects their willingness to try and adopt a new product. This attitude, it affects their willingness and try to adopt a new product. So we'll see what are the different stages of this product adoption process. Based on this parameter, they take a new product customer can be grouped as number one, it's called as innovators, early adopters, early majority, late majority, and laggard. This is different 5 stages. Here you can see in the graph, this is, you can see that bell-shaped structure. In this, 2.5% people are called as innovators, and 13.5% are called as early adopters. And then 34%, you can see that early majority, and 34% late majority, and 16% laggards. Now let us see who are the innovators. Innovators are the people, when, for example, you take an example of electric car. Now recently it has been launched in the market, and very few people, they have bought the car, electrical car. And those people are called as innovators, who are ready to take the risk. And many people, they will not be ready to take the risk due to the cost and the affordability. In that case, it has been assumed that around 2.5% people are innovator people who will adopt the new product immediately. Okay, and the next is 13.5% called as early adopter. This 13.5% people, by seeing the innovators, by seeing the people. They are the opinion leader for them. By taking the opinion from these innovators, they will try to adopt the product. Those are called as early adopters. They are 13.5% people, total population. So based on this this suggestion from the innovators or opinion from the innovators, they will try to adopt the product. And next, another 34% people, they are called the early majority. Majority of the people will adopt the such kind of people. After few days, innovators electrical car, few people they have bought. After that, you will find that some of the more number of people they are buying the car, because they have taken the opinion from the innovators who have bought the electrical car. And from there, after taking the opinion, after taking the feedback, they will take the 13.5% people, they will be who are called as early adopter, they will be buying the electrical car. And after that, you will see after few months or years, then early majority people will be adopting this. You can see in the market, a lot of this electric driven car will be you can see in the market. And because these are the people, they will watch and see from the early adopters who have taken the cars, and from them they will see that yes, the car is good, or all the feedbacks and features, everything they will take, then they will buy the car. 34% again they will go for buying the car. Now 34, 6, 40, 50%, almost 50% people, after that early majority they have adopted the product. The next 34% people are called as late majority. Late majority in the sense, they people who lately they will accept the product. Lately accept the product means they will wait for the long time, that whether after 1 or 2 years, whether this product is successful, and how affordable it is, and what is the spare part, how the service facility, all this after seeing each and everything, confirming, then they will lately they will buy this product. So after few years, you can see that majority of the people, maximum people, they must have adopted this electrical car. And last one is called as laggards people. They are the 16%. 16% people, they are the laggards. After a lot of, when product is going to the decline stage or maturity stage, it is about to vanish from the market. By that time, this 16% people, they will be adopting that product. And by that time, many new innovation might have come in that one. And this innovators will be different. And these are the laggards people, they will be buying those kind of products. So these are the different stages of adoption process. And mostly you can see that this 68%, the early majority and late majority, this is the growth period. All this maximum people will be adopting a particular product. It is just is the general standard, and almost all the products, the trends will be like this. This is called as innovation diffusion or new product. I hope it is clear to you. Are you hearing me? Hello?
Yes, sir. We are able to hear you.
Yeah. Is it clear?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Now we'll be discussing new product failure. You can see that lots of new products are launched in the market. You take the case of electrical bike, you can take the case of cell phone, you can take the case of this smartwatches, and all this is smart gadgets. So everything, you can see that lots of products are new varieties are launched into the market. Every month you can see new varieties. Why? What is the reason? But more than 60% products have failed in the market. Suppose if you take the example of this smartwatches, lot of companies are there to launch the such kind of product, but only few products are successful in the market. So what are the reasons for the new product failure? First of all is overestimation of market size. So you do not know what is the market size, or you do not have the idea demographic research you have not done properly. Okay, like market environment, you have seen that demographic environment. It is most essential to understand the demography of the places where you are doing the business. Who are your target customer? Who are the potential buyer for those things? And what is the population? What is the ratio? which target group you are focusing. All this, until unless you know the demographic of the characteristic of the people or population, then it would be difficult to make the product. So overestimation of market size, you have not estimated properly, you have overestimated. So in that case, what will be the result? It may be excess, product may be excess, or you may not be able to supply the product to the market. So due to which people will be, if you are not able to supply the product in time, then people definitely they will go for alternate product for it. So that is the one of the reason for the product failure. Next one is, you can see the product poor designing of the product. If designing of the product is poor, then it will fail in the market. You must have seen that many of the, in case of, if you take the case of car, many of the cars like including Maruti, that Toyota, and many of the cars, they have recalled the product because due to the faulty design. And recently you must have heard about the Tata Nano car. Once after a few months of launching the product, two of the cars, after coming out from the garage, it caught fire. So that was the case where people were afraid of buying the Nano car. Later on, what they could find, that due to overheating of the gearbox or something like that, it has caught fire. So poor faulty design of the, similarly Toyota also, they had some problem. They recalled all the products and supplied the new product to the this modified product to the customer. Similarly, once this Dell computer, so Sony, this battery were used in the Dell computer. Sony company was supplying battery to the Dell company. So they are using this one. Once in a conference, it was found that it was exploded. The battery was exploded. Then there was a lot of problem in the this Dell selling of Dell company. They used to people declined to buy the Dell laptop because the reason that the cell the battery has been exploded. So again, they have recalled all the products, such kind of product where Sony battery was used, and they rectified their fault and they have supplied the product, which will be costing a lot to the company due to faulty this design. So next is incorrect positioning. If you do not position your product properly, then it will be difficult. One of the car, for example, one of the car making company, he has launched the car, and it was not very clear that whether it is a family car or it is business purpose car or it is for the goods the car. So it should be very clear to the mind of the people what for this car is manufactured or this is for whom. So if it is clear, the product positioning will be better. That if you position in the what is product positioning? Positioning of the product in the mind of the customer that this is the right product for you. You have to position in such a way. Like yesterday, I told you that when somebody wants that quick noodles, then Maggi comes to mind because they have positioned in such a way that 2 minutes you can cook. It has got the recipe for vegetarian people, non-vegetarian people. It is tasty and it is easy to cook. So all this, they have positioned the product in such a way. The moment you think about the Maggi, this noodles, it goes the Maggi. Similarly, I told you the Dettol soap, protective soap. Then the moment you think of the protective, you go for Dettol soap. So it is positioned in such a way. It may not be very this authenticated, medicated soap, but in the consumer's mind, it is positioned in such a way that if you want protective soap, Dettol is the right choice. So similarly, this Pepsi advertisement long back, you must have known this is the right choice, baby. So if you want to have a soft drink, this is the right choice. When they are positioning in such a way that if you want the product, this is for you. Similarly, for scooty advertisement, like long back, this South film star Asheen, she was giving advertisement with Amir Khan that high scooty girl. That means it is meant for the girl. Once a girl wants some bike, that means a scooty is the right choice for her. So positioning, it should be psychologically, it is impact in the consumer's mind that when I need the product, this is the right choice for me. Okay. Similarly, wrong timing. If timing is wrong, if product launching time is wrong, then it may fail in the market. So like this is the holy time. In this time, or Holi or Diwali or during Christmas, this is the right time for the festive occasion to launch the products or new product. If occasion has gone and after that there is some market is gone down or something like that, by the time if you're launching the product, nobody will buy the product, your new product, because the timing is wrong time. Like I told you that one of the example of this Kodak camera. Kodak camera failed in the market because Kodak, once upon a time, it was the one of the successful camera in the market, and most of the people, they are going for Kodak camera. But later on, Kodak failed in market because that the Kodak company could not launch the product in time, like digital camera in time, when technological advancement has taken place. But this company, they were thinking that our mechanical camera is the best camera, by thinking that they prolonged the time and they could not launch in time this digital camera. One digitalization has taken place. But by the time Kodak was ready to launch the product, by the time the other entrants like Sony, Nikon, Canon had launched the market, and people started accepting that one. When the Kodak launched in the market, people, they did not accept the product. So wrong timing. If right time you launch the product, then your product will be successful. That may be the one of the reason for the failure of new product. Then similarly, price too high. If the cost is too high, then people may not accept. One second, please. Yeah. This price is too high. If the price is too high, consumer may not be ready to buy, because similar kind of product, similar features, and all this are available in the market. Why should we go for the high priced product? If your price is too high, then it should justify that what is the reason for what is the innovation in your product, what is the differentiation in the product, and what is the specialty of your product that you will cost high. If there is a proper justification, then it may be accepted by the customer. Otherwise, similar kind of product, if your price is too high, then people may not be accepting the product. And as you know that during launching a new product, I told you that product life cycle, that pricing will be initial stage. There are two way of product, like you can say skimming pricing and penetration pricing. Skimming pricing means initially the price will be too high due to the uniqueness of the product, because that is the new product in the market, and there are no much competitors, so you have the monopoly in that one, and your price can be high. Like for example, when the like Philips company launched the this music system, very big music system, it was price was too high. But when the other entrants like Senio and other companies, they launched the similar kind of product, then Sony company automatically has come down and reduced the price. But initially they have skimmed the market. Like in milk, you are skimming the milk and taking out the cream out of it. Similarly, these people, they take the opportunity that this is the unique product in the market, and by the time they can go for skimming pricing, and they are not afraid of this failing in market, because they are the very reputed company due to the brand name. They are very they have high reputation, and they have the confidence that product will not fail in the market, so they go for skimming pricing. Another concept is they can go for penetration pricing. Penetration pricing in the sense they wanted to penetrate into the market for the longer time, and in that case what they do, initially the price will be little bit nominal, then slowly when it is accepted by the market, and when it is there is a lot of demand for the product, and slowly they increase the product cost. So that is called as penetration pricing. So these are the two methods. If price is too high, then it may fail in the market. Another one is ineffective promotion. If your promotion is not proper, promotion is not very clear, then it will be difficult. How will you do the promotion? Promotion in the case, like you can go for advertising, like sales promotion, then you can go for direct marketing, you can go for publicity, all this. If promotion is not very effective, then it may fail in the market, because you have to be very clear in you make the product position in the mind of the customer in such a way that it should be very clear that this is the right kind of product for you, and this is one of the reasons for the failure in the market. Then management. If due to management influence also, it may product may fail in the market. For example, if there is a big organization and hierarchy system is long, then in that case what will do? Suppose for a marketing manager, when he is selling a product and consumer used to bargain for that one, and he will not be able to take the decision instantly, and he will be taking time to convince to his senior management team for this negotiation of pricing. In that case, by the time you will be negotiating, your customer will be switching over to another kind of product, because they don't have time. They want to get the product when they need. So it may be difficult. Whereas if the management influence is very less, they have given autonomy to the salesperson or marketing team that they can decide the pricing within the range, then in that case, it will be easier for them to sell the product. So this is one of the reason for the failure of marketing. Then high development cost. High development cost in the sense, initially your development for making a product cost is too high. Then automatically your this product finished product cost will be little bit higher, and which may not be matching to the competitors. Competitor prices is less, but whereas your price is too high because your development cost is too high. So in that case, it may fail, because again, you cannot go in loss. So you have to set a price in such a way that you will earn some kind of some of the case. So if development cost is high, the product cost will be also higher, and you have to set the higher price, and customer may not buy the product due to the heavy cost. So next one is competition. In competition, again, there is a lot of competitor for your product. Again, it depends on the life cycle. What is which stage your product is? And new product means it is a introduction phase. You are launching the product, and in that case, what will happen? Even though there is a few number of competitors, but your product should be some uniqueness has to be there, some USP has to be there, unique selling proportion, or you should have some kind of differentiation in your product. Then only people will be buying. Otherwise, it will be difficult for them to select the product, which product we should go. And nowadays, you must have seen that there is a comparison. Even online shopping also, they can compare two products together. What is the feature, what is the price, and they can compare. And after that, they take decision. So you need to take care of those who are the competitor, and how you will set the price, and what will be your quality of product, and how the in all the way, all the 4 P's you need to see: product, price, place, and promotion. And every piece are important. Product is also important. What kind of product your competitors have, and what is your product, and what is the differentiation between two. Then what is the price, competitor's price and your price. What is the distribution policy of the competitor, and how you are distributing your product. For example, once during the Christmas period, company and what is that other like Apple company. So what they have done, Apple company, he has booked all the before the Christmas. He has booked. They have booked all the this air cargos, so that they have not given chance for the other company to dispatch their product. So they have booked all the cargos so that their product will be reaching to the market. However, whereas for other companies, there is no option to send by air. They can send by ship. By shipment, it may take some more time. By the time your product launch into the market, before that, Apple company product must have been reached and people must have bought it. So competition is again a factor which may be the reason for the failure of the new product. This is all about your product and new product launching, different stages of new product development, and why new product failed in the market. I hope it is clear to all of you. Hello?
Yes, sir, clear.
Yeah, any doubt in between? Anything, any clarification you need?
No, sir, no doubts.
Yeah. Otherwise, we proceed further for other units. So in case of product, I hope I have covered each and everything. You can see as per your like basic concept of product, we have discussed what is a product, and product level, different levels of product also we have discussed, and product different components of product also we have discussed. Product classification of product also, durable, non-durable, industrial goods, services, all this we have discussed. Then brand decision also, regarding branding also little bit we have discussed. Then new product development we have discussed, product life cycle we have discussed. Then other thing like consumer adoption process we have also discussed. Failure of new product. I hope I have covered everything. So something little bit is like branding. What is the you can in detail you can go through the your study material and you can get the idea. And packaging, similarly packaging also. What are the objectives of packaging, and can anyone tell? Why do we need packaging? What is the importance of packaging? Anyone?
To make things attractive.
To make things active.
Yeah.
Active in the sense?
Not active, sir. Attractive.
Make things attractive. Okay, fine. Then anything else? Yeah. Students, I request you to mute your system, please. It's disturbing. Yeah. Anything else to make it attractive?
It's a production and showcasing.
It's a
product protection.
Product protection.
Yes.
Yeah, protecting the product. All product you need to protect it during, like for example, during transportation, it should not be damaged. Very good. Then anything else?
The product safety. That is what he said just now.
Yeah, that is for the safety of the product.
Yeah. And the usability of the product.
What is that?
Usability of the product.
Usability of the product. What does it mean? Usability of product in the sense?
So usability in the sense like if we will be protected the product or something, it will be, we can use it, right? It cannot be broke or something.
Yeah, protection of the product. That can be, you can say that product information, how to use it, how to consume it, all this information will be there, isn't it? In a packaging. You
Yes.
must have seen that. All the ingredients, what are the contents, all this thing, expiry date, all this thing, all information will be there, right? Anything else?
For safe transportation and storage.
Yeah, transportation and storage. So protecting the product and transporting storage, it is there. Then
increase the durability of your product.
Increase the durability of the product. Anything else? So like this, you know that packaging, what is the importance of packaging? You know all this, these are the various points. Then you can say that differentiate the product. Like by packaging itself, you can see you can identify the product easily, isn't it? By seeing that which company product is, which brand product it can be. Then product information, you can get it from there. And there you can, instruction will be there in the product. Then there is a innovation in the product, this packaging also. Can you give any example of innovated packaging? What is innovation in packaging? Something different in packaging. You must have seen that in the market. Like you can see simple this consumer fast FMCG goods like mixture chips, potato chips, all these things. Then Ziploc packing. You have seen the bigger one, Ziploc. If you open that one, the package, it will be, you cannot preserve it. But Ziploc is there, then you can lock the zip and again you can preserve it. Similarly, some kind of reusable package. Like once product is over, you can refill it. So sometimes you can see that the big bottles, it will be handled like augmentation is there. So Tetra Pak, the same innovation, like it will not be harmful and you can protect for longer time. So that's why I tell that product differentiation, you can make your product a differentiated product in any way. Even packaging also, you can differentiate your product. So this is the some kind of innovation in my packaging. So like, for example, coffee, like bottle, if you take, if it is the shape of cup and there is a cover onto that one, so that coffee bottle can be used as a cup. So that can be you can use it as a coffee mug, and you can use it for storing also. That can be called as a innovation in this packaging, right? So discuss about the brand packaging, then what else? Almost all the things we have covered, and hope your concept of product is clear. Still, anybody is having any doubts on that one? What product is? And one more thing I would like to say here, that product, goods and services, there is some differentiation in goods and services. Goods are like physical thing, and this services are intangible thing. There are some characteristics like intangibility. Services are intangible in nature. Okay. Inseparability. Services are inseparable. This in case of goods, you can separate from the user and product. Product can be separate and user can be separate. The product can be kept for longer time, whereas this user can consume it later stage. But in case of services, you cannot preserve the services for longer time. You have to consume it. For example, if you go to the restaurant, you have to consume the food, then only you will get the service. So in case of product, like if you have bought the same in case of food fast, like packaged food. If you have brought the packaged food, you can keep it for some time and you can consume it later. But in case of restaurant services, if you are gone, you have to consume the food now. Then only you can feel the service, how it was. So services is inseparable in nature. Consumer and service, both the things you cannot separate. But in case of product and user, can be separated. And heterogeneity, the one of the quality of service. Heterogeneity in the sense, for example, 4 of you or whole classes or 5 of you, you have gone for watching a movie. Out of 5, 3 says that movie was very good, and 2 says that we are not satisfied with the movie. Again, it depends on the liking of the individual. So heterogeneity is there. In case of product, if you like, then you will buy, otherwise no. In case of services, after consumption only you will have to analyze it. So in that case, it will be heterogeneity in nature. Different people are having different and different time, different services. For example, if you go to a some of the hotel, the receptionist, they behave very nicely. But after an hour, if you are gone, she is not behaving properly. Due to her, by the time her mood may not be all right, or something, some incident might have taken place. So there will be a variation of, you can find the variation. But in case of product, it is not. In case of services, it's very difficult to standardize the product due to variation in nature. It is not very easy to satisfy all kinds of consumers. But in case of product, you can standardize. This is the standard. Whether you like it, if you like, you buy the product. If you don't like, don't buy the product. So then ownership. So in case of services, there is no ownership. In case of product, if it is kept for a longer time, you are the owner of that kind of product. But in case of services, it is not. There is no ownership, because once you have seen the movie, your ownership has gone. You cannot say that I was the owner of that movie. So once you have consumed, it has gone. Similarly, you can say perishability in nature. Service is perishable in nature, but in case of goods, it may not be immediately. It may not be. You can preserve for longer time. It may not be perishable immediately. In that also are there. But in case of services, it is perishable in nature. For example, if in an aircraft or take the example of hotel. In a hotel, there are 50 rooms. If 20 rooms, the 30 rooms are consumed, 20 are vacant. Tomorrow you cannot say that 50 plus leftover 20, today's 20, it will shift to tomorrow. 70 rooms. You cannot make it 70. The 20 which is unfilled, it has gone. It is lapsed. But in case of product, if you have 50 products, 20, you can preserve for tomorrow. You can sell it tomorrow. But in case of services, it is perishable. It is perished. Whatever it has gone, so you cannot return it back. I hope a difference between services and goods are also clear, because a product can be a good, services can be an idea. Okay. Any questions till now? Not only this product unit, first unit also, if you have marketing basic concepts and different different era, then marketing makes. If any doubt, segmentation, targeting, positioning.
Here.
Yes.
That is an innovator. You said innovator, a person who can purchase a thing as soon as it enter in the market. But there would be the possibility, right? Person might be thinking about the review, or they are not interested at this point of time, because they might be waiting for certain brand to launch that product.
Okay. In that case, they are not the innovators. Innovators are the people who are immediately adopting the product. So those who are interested to waiting for the review of the go through the review of the product and for getting feedback from them, then they may be the early adopter. Even they can be early majority also, isn't it? They can become in the group of early adopters. After the innovator, they buy the product. From their feedback, they are going to adopt the product. Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Anything else? Or else we'll switch over to, of course, there is no much time, only a few minutes are left over. Otherwise, we could have gone to third unit, the pricing. And here you can see innovation. You can relate it to the product life cycle. Innovation, you can go to the here product life cycle. Who are the innovators? They will be in introduction stage. They will be buying the product. Okay. During the pioneering stage, they will be buying the product. And early adopters will the people during the growth stage. They will be buying the product. Introduction to growth stage, in between they will be buying the product. Because 3.5% people, then 13.5% people, it will come up to the growth level. Then half of the growth period, then 34% up to the peak of the growth, the maturity stage. So early majority will be buying the product when the product is at the maturity stage. And half of the maturity, the late majority will be buying at the half of the when product is already matured and going towards the decline stage. By the time it can even though it is in maturity stage, but slowly it is declining. By that time, the people who are buying the product, they can be late majority people, and during the maturity and decline stage, the 16% people falling under the this decline stages. You can link it to the product life cycle to adoption process. Okay, is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, because adapters will be in during the introduction stage only, because the moment new product has launched, that can be called as pioneering stage. So at that stage only, immediately the risk taker only buy the product, because that may be due to the various reasons. For example, if you take the electrical scooter, it may be cost may be high, one cannot afford, and before investing this much 1 lakh rupee, they might be thinking 10 times that whether it will be a good decision or not. So they will be waiting for the opinion leaders decision. Opinion leader in the sense this innovator's opinion. Once they get the opinion from them, or they give feedback, or they write in review in social media, and after that only early adopters, they will be willing to adopt the product. Okay, tomorrow we'll be discussing about no, tomorrow there's no class. Next week, next Saturday at the same I don't know, the same time, or 12 to 1 something will be there. We'll be discussing like pricing. A pricing decision will be discussing next class. Okay, you have now we have covered till now 2 units, that is unit 1 basic concept and of marketing, unit 2 product decision, then we'll be discussing about a pricing decision, then distribution, 4th unit consider distribution, and 5th unit is your promotion. Okay, by this time half of the classes are over, 4 classes are over, still we have 4 classes, and 1 class will keep it for case study discussion and old question paper discussion, and other 3 classes will be discussing that rest other 3 units. Okay, anything else, any question? Otherwise, I ask you. Shall I ask? What are the macro environment? Can anyone say?